I'll get my coffee. I'll be right back. Well, yeah. I'm early. Do 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 do. Da 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 dum. Oh. All right. Like to see everybody watching. I see we got 2 people eyeing me from a distance. I'll wave to y'all. Having my coffee. Speaking of having coffee, my brother bought a go-kart today, and I know, like we need another go-kart, right? Well, anyway, better have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. Anyhow, it's it's a Manco Rattler, so it's got shock absorbers. It's full suspension. So anyway, I told my brother, I said, well, before we go, I said, I want to stop by and get a coffee. So I pull up, ready to buy the coffee. And the lady goes, you a veteran? I said, yeah, I'm a combat veteran. She goes, oh, well, you don't have to pay for anything. I said, what? She goes, oh, yeah. She's just free. I said, free? She goes, yeah. She says, thank you for your service. I said, see, that's the way to appreciate people. Just shock them and give them something for free. I never get that. Nor do I ask. I probably should, though, huh? I don't know. It was a good shock, though. It really was. I appreciate it, and I thanked her. because, I don't drink that coffee just for me. Let me make that perfectly clear. There's a lot of my brothers who never made it back. Whether they were fighting for the right reasons or fighting because people are stupid. I ain't figured that out yet. Lost their life because of somebody else's carelessness. Sometimes that happens. No matter the case, he or she did an honorable thing, and they put other people's lives before their own. And that has a lot to say where I come from. It has nothing to do with religion at all. It has to do with something that drives you to do the right thing. Do innocent people get hurt sometimes and killed? Yes, they do. They absolutely do. So, that's just the way it is. And sometimes when people are harboring the enemy, when they harbor the enemy, in other words, allow them to stay in their home, then sometimes they bring that pain upon themselves. I don't care how anybody wants to sugarcoat it. That's just the way it is. If you don't want to get harmed yourself and you don't want your people to get killed, then give up the enemy, give up the bad guy, and everything's good. But if you're going to harbor the bad guy, well, you're going to pay the price. And that's just the way it is. And if you think we ain't coming, oh yes, we are. If you think that we're going to get scared, not a chance. That is exactly why they train us. We don't put on no front. We put on a uniform and we get the job done. And there's different levels of people to get different levels of the job done. So I tell people, you want a shit show? Just piss us off and you'll find out. Nice people can turn into assholes real fast. That I can tell you. Hey, what's up, Dove? So, and that's just the way it rolls. Some people might not like it. Well, that's just the way it is. I'm telling you the way it is. I've served all over the world. And I'm going to tell you, it never changes. It's always the same old thing. Let's see, what did I do today? I was just saying before you hopped on, my brother bought a new go-kart, and I was amazed. I know I'm repeating this for the other people that were already watching, but so anyway, I went by Dunkin' Donuts to get a coffee before he went, because I had only been up like 30 minutes. But he was anxious to go get it, so pulled up, and I went to pay for it. She looked at me, she goes, oh, she seen my hat. Not this one, but I had a different hat on. She goes, you a veteran? I said, yeah, I'm a combat veteran. Why? She goes, oh, well, everything's free for you. I said, what do you mean free? It doesn't cost you anything. I said, well, why is that? She says, because it's Veterans Day, and we just want to thank you. I said, say what? She goes, yeah, we appreciate what you did for us. I said, man, free coffee. So I got a free coffee today. I'm pretty stoked about that. Now, if I could sell $1,000 worth of coins tonight, I'd be in like Flint. Am I pushing it to the limit? Maybe. But might as well try, right? I got lots of stuff to get done in a short time to get it done. But it is what it is. Much I can do about it. Thomas's promises, right? I got to get it done somehow. And this is the only way. I buy this stuff to sell this stuff to not make a whole lot. And in the end, I end up paying for most of the stuff. Believe it or not. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Yeah, I just got on, so. But I posted it, I think a day or two ago. I was having an auction. Maybe it was yesterday. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I posted I was going to have an auction today. But, like a lot of people, they want to put out a full spread and talk about each coin. And look, where's the surprise in things? Where's the, okay, let's just go help the guy out days? I don't get it. Makes you wonder if people do it just for themselves or they do it to help people out. And quite frankly, I like people just to do it because they're good people and they want to just help somebody out. There's many different ways of raising money and doing charities. And I figure this way, at least people are getting something in return, right? That's just how I think of it. It ain't like they're just donating. There's plenty of people out there in the world that have the means to do it and they just don't. And a lot of those people, they start off happy, but in the end, they're not. I've seen a lot of that being a pastor. Trust me. And you know what the funny thing is? Is so many people who hardly have anything. I don't understand this. They seem to be a lot happier in some respects. Of course, they're going to struggle to make ends meet, but it's just kind of strange, So anyway, what did you do this week, Doveskin? Do anything interesting? Do anything fun and interesting? Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I don't get on as much as I used to. Probably in the wintertime now, once the cold weather starts to hit. And this was in town Friday. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Glad to see everything's working out. How's the other boy in the Navy doing? Is he out and about? Just I'm going to say it just that way. Is he out and about? Because I had something. I can't remember what I did with it. One day I'm going to find it. I just don't know what I did with it. Oh, jeez. I was afraid of that. Did you hear what happened with the Canadian helicopter the other day? Well, I can tell you right now. Oh, well, I guess some Chinese fighter pilots, while everybody was in the international sea, so anybody can go there, right? I guess they were out probing for uh, submarines. That's just what they do, And some Chinese fighter pilots thought they were going to be funny and flew by and started dropping flares out the back. Now, I don't know if you understand what happens when you drop flares, but they can accidentally go in the rotor blades and cause a helicopter to go down. So, doing stupid shit like that is going to get them in a big bag of trouble. And one of these days, somebody's just going to have enough and they ain't going to care about orders and they're just going to start blasting people. I see it. The red hot button is just right there. It's paper thin. I'm telling you. I know that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you. And it's going to be a mess. See, all this stuff is agreed. I know this is going to sound crazy, but all of this stuff is allowed and agreed upon by different leaders around the world to a certain extent until somebody thinks it went too far and they step over the edge and then it gets out of hand. But doing crazy stuff like that get people killed real fast. I mean, like, real fast. It's a shame, somebody asked me this week, they go, well, what do you think about all the innocent people dying over there damn, I lost my train of thought. Oh, over there in Gaza. I said, well, this is my perspective on it. If you're harboring an enemy of a state or a country, and you know that you're harboring an enemy, and you have been, and things got out of hand, and they're going to just stop bombing the crap out of you unless you give them up, I think you better get smart and just give them guys up. Or move the hell out of the way and let them go take care of business. Because here's the thing. Netanyahu, his brother got killed by somebody over in Gaza years ago. So Netanyahu has this chip on his shoulder. I mean, and he is far, far right. Okay, so he don't really care. Well, we don't live in a day and age where, you just do that. And I think it's sad that all those people are dying, innocent people. But you got to understand, if you're harboring the enemy that's killing another country's people, that isn't right. And I don't give a shit what country out there doesn't like it. That's just a fact. If you don't want things to continue and you don't want people to continue to die, then give up the enemy and it's over with. And then whatever country started bombing you, they should help to rebuild your country. That's the way it used to be, and that's the way it should be. Just like, Germany had to pay a lot of money. America had to pay a lot of money to Germany. Most people don't know that. In other countries that got bombed. And so did Russia. Absolutely. So, that's just the way it is. Do I think that they need to have a ceasefire for a little while? I think they need to have a bombing raid ceasefire, but as far as the ground troops are concerned, I don't think there's no real reason to stop that. I don't. Should they open the corridor? Yeah. But what goes to say that Hamas ain't going out the corridor, changing clothes and going across to the next safe haven until things get clear, and then they start again. I mean, they're just radicalists. You know, they're not the type of people who practice Islam the way that it needs to be practiced. I mean, I know some great Muslim people. Now, look, I might not agree with the way that they, pray or the way that they believe in Jesus. And that's okay. We can agree to disagree as long as you don't cause no harm to me, because I'm ruthless. You come from my family, and I don't care what stars above your head. I forget everything. That's just the way I am. Plain and simple, pastor or not. And I think that every family should feel the same. I'm going to protect what's mine and my blood to the last drop of blood. I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, if a family member does something really, really stupid and wants to bring harm and shame and pain to the family, well, they might just have to pay the piper. Because there's no logic in defending somebody that is wrong and then drags their family into it. That's just not right. That's just, that's just how I feel. People may agree or disagree. That's just the way it is. Can we all just get along? Never going to happen. Never going to happen. I don't care who you are. It's never going to happen. So let's just forget about that. That's just the way it is. What's up, numismatic? I'm surprised you didn't hear about that helicopter. You guys' helicopter over there in South China Sea. That got flared by those Chinese fighter pilots. Most people didn't even catch that, but I caught it. Some people worried about, oh, well, what if they decide to bomb us here in America? Do you not think that there's nuclear submarines along our coastline? Do you not think that there's early warning devices out there if submarines try to sneak up? If them submarines get into our waters and try to sneak up and do something, that's because somebody let them. It's not because we had our guard down. When things happen in America, you better believe it's because they allowed it to happen. Oh, you better believe that. You better believe it. I don't believe that it just happens, Am I worried? I don't worry about something because, look, what's going to happen is going to happen. That's just the way it is. That's just it. Plain and simple. Ain't nothing you're going to do about it. I did my little bit, and I think, seeing innocent people being put in a position for sacrifice is probably the most heart-wrenching thing that I've ever been a part of and ever seen. But war isn't always gruesome. There's other parts of war that people don't talk about, because, quite frankly, it doesn't bring the news as fast. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest, you know. But a lot of humanitarian things, you know. I've seen a lot of children that you know, in a lot of different countries that love GIs, you know, love the American soldiers. Used to play football with them and basketball and baseball and teach them and educate them in different things and give them gifts and spend time with them. There's a lot of things that people don't understand. And it isn't just U.S. Special Forces doing that. It's just common people, you know. It's just the way it is. I did my job. Did my job well. And I was fortunate to come home and have what I have today. I get a reminder every day of what I did. Every day I get a reminder. And I'll never forget. Because my body doesn't allow me to. And that's just the way it is. Oh, I got an argument with a guy here a few weeks ago. I know we're going to have an auction, but we'll wait for a few more people to come in. He goes, well, I believe that even if you join the service, you know, and you don't go to combat, well, it's not the same. Well, that may be true. But just because they're not in combat doesn't mean they don't support the guys that are in combat. I mean, somebody's got to support you, right? So everybody has a specific job, and some people's jobs do not, you know, curtail to them going and being directly, you know, involved in a combat situation. That's just the way it is. Some people are in combat, you know, they're in the combat area, you know. They might be at base camp, but they never come out of base camp. Their job is not to go out there and look for the enemy and sort out the enemy and kill the enemy or capture the enemy or interrogate the enemy. Their job is to support those people. And by God, it's a lot different today than it was back in my day. Now, I've heard that before, right? A lot different, you know. Today they got cell phones and, you know, satellites and everything. Man, we had a Prick 77 strapped to our back. Big old heavy thing with a bunch of big old heavy batteries, and hope that we got a hold of somebody and hope that the radio worked. I mean, we were living off the same thing that the guys from Vietnam were. Man. That's crazy, right? I mean, you have a sat phone, but that's only, you know, certain situations. But it's a lot different, man. They could be out there on the battlefield and they'll be playing RuneScape online on their phone. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. All right, hold on. Back to my game. I mean, really? Oh, I'm just telling you. I make a joke of it, but I can guarantee you that's happening. Anyway, I gotta tell you, now yesterday, me and my brother were out riding, right? Are you still there, Dove? I gotta tell you this funny joke. You're gonna laugh. So me and my brother had a little happy hour yesterday. You can figure that out for yourself. And we both gets on my two-seater. because I got a 2-seater car. Buddy, we were laughing our butts off. It was fun. I ain't lying. It was a blast. We were just, oh my God. 2 swamp Yankee rednecks out there just being stupid. Well, we goes and we stops, right? After we had a good time. Tom says his brakes ain't working very well. Well, no kidding, because I looked down, broke the whole brake caliper system right off the back of it. Oh my God. Couldn't fix it, so I had to put a new brake caliper on it today. Dragging the brake caliper, no brakes, just going for it. It was fun. I ain't lying. It was a great time. And then my brother gave me his other single-seater Manco Rattler, because we're going to both have ones that have, shock absorbers. So that'll be a nice little project probably over the winter time to get up and running. We got plenty of cars to ride until then, but these are going to be something, more curtailed to taking it easy on our backs and our necks and stuff like that. But as you get older, as you get older, you want to make it a little fluffier on yourself. Oh my God, I'm telling you. So I did buy, I know you're going to say, what the hell? I finally got, I got a lot of guitars in my collection. Not that you need to hear this, but I finally got one that I wanted. I've been waiting for like 2 years to get this guitar because they're not expensive, right? I mean, they're only like, I think I paid $226 for this guitar. Now, of course, I'm going to have to do work to it and change some pickup because that stuff is not expensive, right? But they're nicely done, right? They're beautiful guitars. And it's called the Bat. And it's a red Bat. I'm going to do a video when it comes in. But, man, I finally got one. I was so happy. Oh, yeah. Pad the old rear. Absolutely. I bought one of them. You know those round things that got like a hole in them? Kind of look like a toilet seat. But they're for sitting on, when you're going to sit down in a chair for a long time. I got one of those out on my other car. I got that. I got another piece of padding, and I have another piece of memory foam underneath me. And it takes most of the shock out. Unless I'm going real crazy, then I pay the piper. But putting shocks on it, I think, is going to solve the problem. And I think what I'm going to do is I have another car that with some simple modifications, my dad will be able to have something with suspension too. He wants to build it, but I think it'd be better off if I just do it for him, He's getting old, so I'd rather just do something for him. And he's been going through it too. Dad's getting old, so. And I know he wants to have fun, but he's had all kinds of surgeries on his backs. So we'll figure out something for him. So did you get all your Christmas shopping done yet? Oh, yeah, I forgot to bring that. Oh, whatever. Got to bring something else down. Hand pinky waving. What the hell does that even mean? Not a single item in Santa's bag. Yeah. I got a bunch of these, right? Have you ever seen these, Dov? These portable, they're portable speakers, right? Bluetooth speakers. And they have a battery on the inside of them, so you just charge them up. Man, these are super. I got like 4 of them. These are wicked cool. I mean, everybody loves them. And they're pretty loud, man. I got one out on my go-kart. I put out on my go-kart. I mean, it's a blast. I got paid $15 a piece for them, which is not bad, really. That's a pretty good bargain. So if you need some for old Santa's bag, and I got a couple different colors, so maybe I'll have to start auctioning that off. The coins don't go. Geez, even Mary Ann's in here. You imagine that? Did everybody just fall off the chair? Mary Ann bought me this hat when she was down in Florida. Now, I had another hat that says I'm the boss, but I don't know what I did with it, to be honest with you. Hey, I got something that you probably don't have, Dove. What's up? What's up, Billy? What's up, Billy? Billy. I got something from a wholesaler friend of mine, and I didn't get a whole lot of them, but I'm going to show you. Check this out. I don't know if I have one that's open. This one's maybe open. So, these I think are from World War II. And you can tell by the writing. Okay. Now, you know these are good, right? So, back in the day, they made good stuff, right? And, oh no, this one's sealed too. Oh, crap. Oh, maybe this one ain't. Maybe this is this one? Oh, I just opened one up. Let me open these up. I gotta show you this. You're gonna trip on this. So this is vintage, right? This is getting one of these is the tough part. So let me open this bad boy up. Most people don't see these anymore. But he's a veteran himself. And he ran across these. And he goes, "Hey, I wanna know if you want to buy a few." He said, "I'm not selling them to everybody, but maybe it'll help you out." I said, "Okay." So anyway, let me show you how this works. This is some kind of a I think it's like a cosmoline or wax paper or something, man. This is tough stuff they put this in. Oh my God. I mean, this is... So, let me... camera now. Here, so you can see it a little better. So, you open it up. It's got this paper on the inside. Now, this is the first time it's been out since the 1940s, right? Look at these. Look at these hemostats. Now, them babies shine. They haven't been out since the 1940s. You know that these babies are good, right? To get quality ones like this today, oh my God, I bet you they're $100. Look at them babies. Can you imagine how nice that looks? And it's been in there since the 1940s. Unbelievable. Yeah. I thought that was cool. I know. Yep. Imagine that, huh? Pretty cool. I thought it was cool. I was like, wow. And this wrapper that this is in, I'm just going to show you how smart they were. I took it out of the wrapper, right? Oops. Wrappers today, right? You take something out of them. They don't go back in there very well. Check that out. It seals it right up. Unbelievable. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I'll bet you. No, maybe not. It's not bet. I just thought that was quite amazing. You could just about use the whole wrapper if you could get it all back together, I suppose. Well, look at that. Almost get the whole wrapper back together. Look at that. I think that's incredible. I can't believe. Well, I mean, it was nice. I don't know, I paid $100 and I got like 6 of them, I think. So it was a good deal. To buy these today is, just crazy. But I said, well, that's cool. Unbelievable, huh? It just shocked me. So I have a combat medic bag that was mine that I bought. Well, I paid for everything, I should say, when I was in the military back in the 80s. And I was a combat lifesaver, so it's my bag. And it still has all kinds of stuff in it. It was from Korea, I guess, and they were left over. And the Army said that we could purchase them if we wanted to, because they were phasing them out and bringing in some new stuff, and they were just excess. And if we wanted to purchase them, we could purchase them. I still have it upstairs. And I used it throughout my whole military career. I still have it. As a matter of fact, just to kind of show you how weird I am, I sleep with the same poncho liner that was mine when I joined the military back in the 80s. You can ask Mary Ann. She'll tell you. I sewed it in on a piece of Gore-Tex, So I sewed it on the inside of the Gore-Tex because, you know, it's getting old. And I've slept with it every night since the 80s. Everywhere I've been, all around the world. And I still have it. And I still sleep with it. Imagine that. And it's warm. I know it sounds weird, but that's just the way it is. I thought it was cool. Anyway, you want to buy one of these, let me know. You know, hook you up privately. I'm not doing that over the internet. But I thought you would appreciate a set. I got to get a hold of George and see if he wants this. I know that George would probably want some because they're high quality. Man, I probably shouldn't have showed it. Mary sees them. Now she's going to want one. I bet they work just as good as a vice grip. Hey, they were like vice grips back in the day, right? They're built like a tank. Yep. Look, you don't have to worry about your roach falling on the ground for sure. I can guarantee you that. Oh, let me ring the bell. Oh my God. Anyway, just let everybody know before we really do get started. I got these packs, the mystery packs, for $120 donation. There are different coins and stuff in here. I mean, there's all kinds of weird stuff I stuck in here. Just trying to raise some bucks. So I got 2 of these. And then I got 4 mini packs. They're $60 a piece. There's random stuff in here too. So you might get something that's worth double. I don't know. I put a lot of random stuff in there, and I don't go through and check every price. You can ask people. I just don't. Sometimes I get stuff in bulk and I pay a lot of money for a large lot, and it works out good. And that's just how I did it. So I got 4 of the small ones and 2 of the big ones. Long ago, I worked at Working Gear, and we sold nursing stuff. So I always had them. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Now they probably say China on them, though. Them were not made in China. Them were made in the United States. So, if anybody's interested in these packs, these are 120. Got 2 of them, and these are 60, and I got 4 of them. And I can tell you, there's definitely silver in there. So, keep that in mind. And then I got I got a 2017, 2018, and a 2020 MS69 ANAC graded. They're already ANAC graded, all certified, real deal Holyfield. I want $50 a piece for these. So they're already ready to go. They're all MS69s. 2017, 2018, and 2020. I'm showing you them. Let you guys see them. I still got some Morgans. I got 6 random Morgans. Some of them got some color on them. They're all really good. So I got 6 Morgans. $40 each, random Morgan. So if you want a random Morgan, $40 each. I got a lot of other stuff too. I got some seeded dimes and stuff like that. I got some Die Clash 2021 quarters. And I got a bunch of other stuff. Now, just to let you know, giving you the heads up. I paid, what would I pay? Oh, how much did I pay? $300 for that stone? So I had to, I've been thinking about what I wanted to get Mary for Christmas. And pretty much we have, everything we need. But sometimes the hardest things to give to somebody is the things that you got to make. So I ordered a piece of rough Lightning Ridge black opal from Australia, and it's on its way. And I got new laps and stuff, so I'm going to cut her and make her a nice pendant and a matching ring for Christmas. So I got a pretty good deal on everything. I got a pendant and 2 ring settings for $129, custom made with filigree, and then the stone was $300 coming from Australia. So they'll be nice when I get done with them. They'll definitely be valuable. So that's what I'm doing for Mary for Christmas. Bling, bling, bling. I'm gonna make up some opals, cut some cabs. I got some Wellow opal. I got some seam opal. I got some Lightning Ridge black opal. I can make doublets and triplets. I got some nut opal. I just got to find out where I put it because I got it and then I couldn't remember what the hell I did with it. Welcome to my world. Mary got me a. What the heck she get me? Something. Oh, she got me dragon shirt, a dragon shirt, no, 2 dragon shirts and a dragon pair of shorts for my birthday. They were pretty cool looking. Because I like dragons. I don't know why. Always have. Just like them. I don't think all dragons need to be bad. I'm trying to figure out. I got this air purifier, and I don't even know if it's working right. I think you got it working right. Oh. Yeah, I guess I got it working right. I don't know. I'm working on it. Oh, I got to tell you guys something funny. So, sometimes it's good to have a little fun, right, when you're doing something. So I did a guitar just for fun because most people didn't know where it would be made or whatever. Just for fun. Some guy got mad at me. Well, I don't like to play games. I like to be straight to the point. So I'm unsubscribing and I'm blocking you. And I'm like, what? I said, why are you going to do that? That don't even make sense. If you get pissed off at something like that, you got some real big serious issues and you need counseling. It's like, man, people today, they get pissed over nothing. My God. I was like, you probably got to stick in the old bungholio. Lord have mercy. I'm telling you. Takes all kinds in this world. Ah, Lord. Been out hunting lately, Dove? Yeah. Yeah, but it's how they're shot. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't make sense short, if you understand what I mean. You kind of go, really? That pissed you off? Man, I'd hate to see it if something bad really happened. What would happen to you? Top of your skull would blow off. You'd be full of so much steam. I don't get it. Whatever. Going quail hunting tomorrow? Nice. Man, them turkeys. I didn't know that turkeys flew, to be honest with you. I know that sounds stupid, but them suckers can fly. I mean, they were getting way up in them trees. Them big old, there's some big toms out there, man. I ain't lying. And for some reason, the cats and the turkeys, they get along. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, what are we going back to the time of, the Garden of Eden? I mean, this is some strange stuff, man. I ain't lying. Cats and the turkeys were getting along. I got some weird cats, so I gotta admit. I mean, strange cats. Oh my God. Default browser. I don't know what's going on with that. Funny. Gotta change the windshield wiper blades on my truck. Probably do that tomorrow. Waiting on my air cleaner. Got to go in for inspection. Lovely. Got to do that. Mom's car passed, though. Did a lot of work to it. I got it to pass. I just got to get my truck. I haven't really put that many miles on my truck. Mary, she'll run the shoes right off of anything, man. I ain't lying to you now. She'll run the skins right off of anything. She don't care. And unless it stops her, she just keep running it. Exhaust falling off. No brake lines. She don't care. Just run that sucker. So I got a couple things to do to my truck. I usually do things throughout the year, to get it to pass inspection. My truck's a good truck. Hey, you ever went quail hunting with a bow and arrow? That's a good question. You ever been quail hunting with a bow? That would be funny. Try that out. That'd be a good video anyway. There he is going to Alabama. That would be an interesting video. I bet you get a lot of likes on that one. Well, maybe the pacifists not going to like it, but I think it'd be funny. Guy out there chasing quail with I love it, man. Maybe you should do a video. Quail hunting with a bow. I'll watch it. Bro, I gotta tell you something, man. So, I like to do videos on guitars because, I've been working with them and building them and fixing them for years. And that's why I do them. You don't even own a bow. Bro, you gotta own a bow, man. Want to buy a crossbow? Got one of them. I can't even pull a damn thing back. So anyways, I do it because I like to, I mean, do I need to buy guitars and stuff? No, I don't. I mean, I still got brand new guitars in the boxes, Anyway, so I go out there and check out other people's videos. Man, some of these guys, I could tell they're trying, right? And they definitely was watching other people's YouTube videos or other people that actually, know something about guitars. You could just tell by their rhetoric, right? That they just copying off of somebody else. I'm like, man, people do anything for $1 these days. I mean, if it doesn't come natural, I could tell somebody that naturally knows something about things, because they spill things in a very ironic way, right? All luthiers are not the same. All luthiers don't build all string instruments, right? Most luthiers are people who build, string instruments, whether it be, a harp or a violin or an acoustic guitar or an electric guitar or a bass or whatever, right? Most luthiers, they specialize in one or the other, right? Doesn't mean that they can't take on the project of any of them. It just means they specialize in certain things. But there's a big difference between a guitar luthier and a guitar tech. Most guitar techs don't build guitars. Not to say that they couldn't. I'm not saying that, but that's not what they specialize in. Because there's many more details into building something and, having the tools and an area to do it. Some of these guys, boy, they're a trip to watch. I get a good hoot out of it. What? I've been watching them and say, man, they're trying real hard. They're trying real hard. But you go out in their garage and they got a handsaw and they got a sanding block to build a guitar. You get these guys, their shops are immaculate, dude. I mean, it doesn't look like anything was worked on in there. And I'm like, that's real strange. Because my shop is a total disaster. I don't get it. I really don't. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. Is your garage like that, or your shed? When you do things, you make messes. And let's face it, you're trying to get things done, right? And it's not like you take your time to wipe off each little tool and to take a brush and clean it all out and blow out each tool. I don't know. Hey, what's up? What's going on? There's my buddy from Aussie land. How goes the battle, my friend? I don't know. Maybe there are people out there that do that. My grandfather had stuff everywhere, and he was one of the most meticulous kind of guys I've ever met in my life. I mean, meticulous. My uncle Steve, meticulous, but stuff everywhere. You use it, right? It's not like what are you trying to do? Keep it nice and neat and clean so that you can resell it? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. I don't get it. I think they're putting up fronts, to be honest with you. And you call them out, they get all kinds of mad at you. Oh, what are you saying? What are you talking about? And they got caught in it, right? People do that when they get caught up in the moment, right? I'm like, whatever. That's right. Mine's a cluttered chaos. Mine's everywhere you go, right? Like you look around my room, right? Look. There's stuff everywhere. Look at it. I mean, it's chaotic. And that's just this room. I will say I did clean up my music room the other day. It's getting there. I'm working on my luthier bench. Just to do setups and refret work and things like that. I wanted to have it down in the basement because that's pretty much just finishing work. I don't really need to have that out there in the shop. So I can do that stuff downstairs, and then when I get done with it, I can, put it in a case or bag or whatever. It's already in the room. So I thought it would be cool to do that. But I don't know. The problem is I know I got it. I just can't find it, That's just the way it is. I don't know. Kind of crazy, I guess. I like clutter. Maybe I should just put a coin up, right? And put it underneath there, and then we can talk until somebody buys something. Let's see. Here we go. We'll just do that. I'll take it out of this little wet baggie and put it in there. That way people can see it. Maybe we'll sell a few things tonight. I'll switch the cameras over to make sure the cameras are still working right. There we go. Bam. Oh, look at that. They are working right. Look at that. Anyway, so the other day I come downstairs and my brother goes, it's kind of smoky down there. I go, what? Yeah. Ah, man. So there used to be a place to put to have a stove downstairs. Well, I guess I didn't close it off very good, and some of the smoke ended up coming back down the chimney, and I got smoke in my music room. I had to fix that. I bought some of that fire retardant expandophone. Filled the hole up. Needless to say, it kind of spurged out and got on some of my cables in there, so I got to clean them up. Unbelievable, man. I tell you what, some days I amaze myself at the stupidity level of things. Oh my God. Tell you. I wonder how much weight you can put in a prepaid envelope. Oh my God. That's hilarious. Have you thought about what you're buying your wife this year? Dev? Well, anybody in the chat, you've been doing any shopping at all? Nothing? No thoughts of what you're buying? Wooden shutters? You gonna make them? That takes a while to make shutters. If you're gonna hand make them, you'd be better off to make a jig. Make yourself a jig out of MDF, so that way you could cut the louvers. The slots for the louvers. Oh, you just installed them. I thought you were going to make them. I was going to say you're better off to take some MDF and make yourself a jig. Because when you're making them slots for them louvers, man, oh God. I did one. I worked for the Amish years ago out in Indiana. And man, they taught me all kinds of things. I mean, God bless them. They taught me a lot about, rough carpentry and finished carpentry. They're just amazing people, really. They are, when you really get to know them. And the guys I worked for, we was doing something, and I was like, how in the heck are you going to do that? He says, well, it's not much different than, building a set of staircases. I said, what? And he was right. It's just, a little bit different, but worked out to be the same. But to get the louvers to work, that's a whole different monster. Yeah. I'm not all into the string theory. Takes a long time to have somebody hand make some wooden shutters. Oh yeah. That'll be nice. A friend of mine say he put in some blinds, automatic blinds. Man, I can't even believe what he spent. He spent, what was it? I can't remember how many rooms he did or how many windows he did. Cost him like $10,000. I was like, dude, really? He goes, yeah, man. They're cool. You just hit the remote and they go up. You hit the remote and they come down. I was like, well, what happens when your batteries go out or something? Oh, well, I never thought of that. I was like, why not just use the old string ones, like, the plastic ones you get from Home Depot? I mean, is it that hard to go over there and pull something or twist a little thing? I mean, I don't get it. I guess some people just got the money to do stuff like that, but I really don't see the reasoning behind it. I really don't. I really don't. There was this guy, right? I got to tell you this. This is funny. So today I'm looking through some of my feeds on Facebook, and this guy says, I'm buying a new Harley, and I'm going to give my other Harley away. I just need you to tell me a reason why you want the Harley for free. He's going to give it away, right? You would not believe the Cry Me a River stories that some of the people put on there. I was like, oh my God. I could not believe. I mean, it's unbelievable, brother. I am not lying to you. Unbelievable. It was like, really? People really say that stuff? They put their laundry out there like that? I said, I can't believe it. I just cannot believe it. But they do. They do. I don't know. I don't get it. Let me go back to the main page real quick. Does it work? Oh, it does work. Look at that. Works great. Love it. Does the picture look good? Stuff. Make sure that stream's coming through good. Pay $25 a month for it. I gotta eventually set up my other computer in the other room, so when I stream for guitars, I'm gonna do some guitars. Maybe I'll cut a few gemstones too. I don't like to get too sidetracked when I'm doing that, though. Oh, I wanted to show you now. My wife's boyfriend stole my Harley and ran over my dog on the way out of the driveway. Did I win? Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I think I got something over here I'm going to show you. So, oh man, I got that caught. I don't think I can show you. I have to take a picture of it and show you. I don't think I can do it on YouTube or StreamYard. I think it might be a no-no. I'm going to take a picture of it and send it to you. You'll get a trip out of this. Hold on a minute. I'll take a picture of it. Send it to you. You'll like this old girl. Uh-oh. Guess I'm trying to break everything in the house. I sent you a picture of it. It's the real deal Holyfield. It ain't got no bolt, though. But it's the real deal. Wanted to show you a picture of that. Pretty neat. Thought you might like to have a picture of that. Oh, we got 3 people looking. Anyway, go back to this real quick for you guys to see. Buy it now on a 2017 Silver Eagle MS69 by ANACS. $50. Buy it now. Okay, we're switching back. You know, brother, I don't have any clue. I really... It has the bird on it. It's a real one. It has the bird on it. You know, like a German bird. It is a German bird. I don't know. Pretty neat, huh? I don't know how hard it would be to... Yeah, I need a bolt for it. I figure I'll clean it up one of these days and put it on the wall. Finding the bolt might be difficult. But it's a real deal. You don't see too many of them just around, you know. Especially the ones that have, you know, the bird on it. I thought it was neat anyway. Um, you know, hold on a minute. I can tell you when it was made. I'll tell you the number on it. 5021. Made in 1940. That's the serial number. Serial number is 5021. Made in 1940. Tell me that ain't a low number. Imagine that. Low number. They got a I don't know if I told you last time, but they got a deal that they're doing right now for veterans with Glocks. So I might get another Glock. Thinking about it anyway. Oh yeah. I don't need one, but wouldn't mind having one. Another one. What the heck is that? I think I'm gonna have to start doing some eBay selling here pretty soon. And some of the stuff I got. I'm gonna fix some of that stuff. I sell off some stuff. Yeah, that is true. I had a roll of hook and loop, right? And I do not know what I did with it. I really don't. Crazy. Probably somewhere. Who knows where, but it's somewhere under the moon. I thought you'd like to see a picture of that. Pretty neat, I think. Have you seen many people doing auctions lately, Dove? I mean, I haven't been out there, so I don't know. I've been busy doing other things. Just started playing Neverwinter again. That's crazy. I didn't know if too many people have been out there doing auctions or not. Oh yeah, were the veterans having the Veterans Day auctions or just regular dudes saying Veterans Day auction? Yeah, I figured. You know, I figured get on, see what like get roused up. See if I have somebody come in and support a vet. Probably easier for him to do it differently, I guess. Yeah, I've weaned away from a lot of them because some of them people's practices are not so cool. I mean, by my standards, I do things a lot different. So at least I wake up in the morning and know that I don't have to worry about somebody being pissed off because I didn't do somebody right. If you know what I'm saying. But I do it for a different reason too, which is pretty legit. Next year, I think I'm going to do something a little different though. Providing the world's still around. Provided they don't get too stupid. I bet the old Republicans are just loving that old Biden is getting uh, ridiculously ridiculed by his own party. Maybe because people, they just don't know that we're up yet. I don't know. Either that or, they got so much of a smoke show rolling, you know, that they're not even thinking about what they're doing. They're just there for fun time. You know what I'm saying? Different people have different types of fun, I think, you know, and they do things for different reasons, which is, it's all right. There's a few people that actually passed away that used to come to the channel. I do know that. I was thinking about Texas Joe the other day. I put a coin in this case up here a couple of years ago. Two coins. These two coins. One of them is 1892 Philadelphia, which is a really rare coin. And then this one here, which I don't even know what this is. But the reason why I did it was the paper, this paper, when you put it, my pennies came out of this paper, right? And I wanted to do a test to see if the paper was causing a reaction with the metals in the coin to make them rainbow. So I told everybody on the stream. Joe was there. I said we're going to check it, every year or every couple of years to see what it's doing. And I did it two different ways. So I stuck the paper on this one, and then I enclosed it, right? And then this one here, I just encapsulated it and put the paper on it. So two different ways of doing it. You remember when I did that? Yeah, it's still going. I don't even know. I guess we could check it and see what's going on with it. We'll check this one out, see what's going on with this one. Ought to be interesting. Let me switch the camera and we'll see what it looks like. See what's happening. Open this bad boy up, see what's going on. Oh, man. All right. Let's see. There's a little toning going on. A little toning. Let me zoom us in here a little bit. So, oops, man, that's kind of bright, huh? Let's see if we can. So there's a little toning going on. See it along the edges? Right along the edges there's a little toning. And then I'll flip it over. Put this cover back on here. And there's a little toning going on the back too. Look. See it? Get down in there. So it's doing something. I don't know what's up with that paper, but it's definitely doing a little bit of something. So that's cool. We'll check out the other coin, see what it's doing. This is a key date coin. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. Let me yeah, I can see the difference in it. See that? I'll be. Definitely a cool shade, huh? Let's flip that bad boy over. See what we got on the back. Huh. I'll be. Imagine that. So it's doing something. That's neat. Let's put this back up here. Slowly but surely, it's doing something. Something going on with that paper. Neat. Yeah, I keep them up there, and I'll just keep looking at them, every year and see what happens. I just remember Joe every time I think of these or I pick them up. He's a good guy. Too bad, you know. Oh, here it is. I gotta I'm gonna send this to you for your son. I mean, I know he wasn't in Desert Storm. But this is a United States Navy round, silver round from 1997. It says Operation Desert Storm. But it's beautifully toned. I'll put this in your stuff, and I want you to give this to your boy for me. You got it from a vet, combat vet. I was in Desert Storm, but I was in the Army. So you can give it to him from me as a gift. He enjoys it. Contrary to what people know, when I was younger, I was in NJROTC, Navy NJROTC. And that was interesting. I was in that for 4 years. So when I joined the military, I went in the military as an E2 and shortly after became an E3. What's up, Robinson? What are you up to? Yeah, so I spent 4 years in that. 8 years almost 9 years. I think 9 years active duty, and then 4 years in reserves. Yep, quite a while I spent total time. Appreciate it. Thank you, brother. I can't stand spot on my eyeglasses. It bothers me. Yep, I really, I spent. People ask me why did I do it? Why did I join the military? Well, it goes way, 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 way back. I'm talking way back. Like 1200s in my family. But there's so many generations that were lost, and there's really not a lot of detailed information, except to my great, 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 great grandfather, who was a sergeant in the American Revolutionary War. There's my grandfather, my grandfather, my great grandfather, my great great grandfather. They passed all that information down to us. So every generation has had somebody in the military and somebody in combat. It's just the way it is, My Uncle Steve was in the Army, but he never was in combat. My Uncle Arthur, we call him Uncle Moat, he was in Vietnam. My Uncle Mike was a merchant marine. And my grandfather, he was on LCW-1, LCW-2 in both Italy and Normandy during World War II. And then my other grandfather, he was in the Marine Corps in Korea, in the Korean War. And I don't have all of his information, but he used to tell me stories about how they had a hell of a time taking this hill. I mean, there was a lot of people that died to take the hill, and but they eventually done it. I mean, he had so much detail. I mean, it took him a long time. He wouldn't tell me any stories until I come back from combat. He never spoke of anything. And, as a combat vet, I understand that, But, I mean, details. And, wow. It was a whole different story than my story, It was something else. And he was he was a home bod too. He retired from Electric Boat Division of General Dynamics. Yep. He was a good guy. He was. He was Portuguese. My grandmother, well, he's my step grandfather, but my grandmother married him. He was a heck of a good guy. Heck of a good guy. And then my brother, my brother Thomas Cornell, he's a combat vet. He served in combat. Me. Then we had a couple of washouts in the family. They just didn't have the spine to go through it all the way. Those I don't talk about because my grandfather probably was not thrilled about that. Look, if you ain't got what it takes, and I'm going to say it ain't for everybody. It's not. And you want to do something to help, soldiers out. Well, those that are defending your country, you don't always have to serve. There's other things that you can do to help them. Like the people that work for General Dynamics, EB, or Concept Point, or, shipyards, building ships, submarines, weapons, things like that. They're all helping. They're helping the troops out, They all got their hand in the melting pot to help out. So, there's different ways. You don't always have to serve in combat. You don't always have to suit up, as I say. Because it's not meant for everybody. You have to have a special something about you to do it. We had a guy, he was a young guy. And I was stationed in Fort Lewis, Washington. He was a young buck, just came in, And I can't remember. A friend of mine, Kim, he had been in Vietnam, and he was still in. I can't really tell his story without his permission, but there's a man who did a lot. He was a LERP, right? And he was a tunnel rat, too. And he was quite the character. Well, anyway, this young guy, he goes to him, he goes, "Why'd you join the military?" Because, we were always interested in finding out what the new recruits were thinking. And he goes, I want to join the military to kill the enemy. We both looked at each other like, what? Yeah, I want to kill him. I said, well, don't you think that you might want to be a little better trained than what you are? I'm ready. I said, well, that attitude, you're not ready. You're definitely not ready. I said they might put a, flag over your coffin if you go in with that kind of attitude. That's definitely not the attitude to have. You might have some fire in you, but somebody could easily sprinkle some water over the top of you and put that fire out real quick. Oh, Kim, he put the scare to that boy. He really did. And I didn't stop him. I just let him go on. Because he had some stories, man. And they were real. He took his shirt off, right? Now, I knew because I was good friends with him. Buddy, I do not know how that man survived. I really don't. But he didn't need to tell a story. All he needed to do was take his shirt off. And it told the story. I've never seen anything like it. Unbelievable. It just proved to me that there were field medics that were as good or better than any surgeon. I mean, just incredible to put him back together. And he was, he still was serving in the military, which really got me. It just blew my mind. I still scratch my head today and I think about him. He was a good guy. Taught me a lot. He really did. He was, and he wasn't the type of guy that just put anybody under his wing, He could never become a higher rank than what he was. For some reason, he was locked into it. And because of what he did, they couldn't kick him out. Because of what he did. And he finally retired. He got a full medical. They told him, they said, we'll give you a full medical. I think he makes about $6,000 a month, tax-free for the rest of his life. Got that, and a house, and some money, but he deserved it. I mean, he absolutely deserved everything that he gets. Quite the guy. Had quite the habits too that he brought home with him from Vietnam. But he was quite the guy. I met a lot of really cool guys over the years. One guy, when I first joined, he was just getting out, and he was at the end of the Korean War. No, not. Was it the end of the Korean War? Yeah, he had served, I don't know how many years. A lot of years. And he was way past his retirement. But they, kept him in. And several people from Vietnam that I had as, different trainers or instructors or leaders. I was blessed that way to have really sharp guys. I mean, the real deal guys. I mean, unbelievable. And they tell you these vivid stories that, as they're telling them to you, you could replay them in your mind. They were so detailed, Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then I got my own story, so. But, I was up at the VA a few years back. Probably about, let's see, got to be 15 years back now. And they asked me to tell my story. I said, I have nothing to tell you. They said, well, it's going to help you in your recovery. I says, and how is that? How is it going to help me in my recovery? You explain that to me. How is it going to help me talking to you who has never been to combat and never seen what I seen or felt what I felt or the pain that I'm in every day? How is that going to help me? Because you will never know how it feels. I says, and quite frankly, a bunch of veterans sitting in a room talking about what they did and how they did it, we can do that at home if it helps each other. I said, but I just don't see it. And that's just, and a lot of vets don't. They just, not all veterans deal with things the same way. Some people are perfectly fine, just being away from people. I know quite a few people that live out in the bush, and you don't go there unless you're invited. You just don't go there. Period. Several of them live in Oregon, and you just don't go there. They're out there because they don't want anything to do with society. And some of them still hold a grudge. And rightfully so. I was, matter of fact, I can tell you guys, I was down at the gas station yesterday, Friday. I was filling up and I seen this guy. He had the third Marine Division hat on, right? I said, you was in the 3rd Marine Division? Yeah, and he was talking to me. He was in Vietnam. I said, man, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. He says, you was with the 101st? And I said, yep. He said, you a combat vet? I said, yeah. I said, yeah, me too. We just chit-chatted a little bit. He goes, yeah, but they took care of me. I said, what you mean? He said, well, finally, after, I don't know how many years, he said. I think he said over 35 years or 40 years or something like that, right? He'd been fighting for Agent Orange. And he finally got it. He said, I fought it. He says, and still living. He says, but they take care of me. He says, so I guess it took a long time to be respected for what I did. He says, but he says, the cash works. I thought it was funny. He says, the cash works. He was a hot shit. But, I think everybody deals with things differently when you get out of the military. It's like what I do, I come here and I try to have, I try to do an auction to raise money to do good things for people. I don't have to, but I do, and I would hope that people from the bottom of their heart would contribute, Even if they don't want to buy anything, you can still send some money, It still helps people out. And we've been doing it for years. So, it's, and then you don't see the same people given for the same reasons. They're so drawn to giving for all the wrong reasons and for all the wrong situations rather than all of the right situations. And I know this is going to sound really strange for me to say this, but sometimes when people in higher places see things like that, and they see more of a separation rather than a coming together, they do things in a not so known way that brings people together. And sometimes war is that way. Because if you've ever looked in history and you've seen countries that have been to war, it brings the people together too. I mean, some people flee. They go to a country that doesn't see things that way. But in a big war, a world war, it ain't going to matter where you go. Eventually, you're not going to run from it. It's going to affect you. And then the people that are what I call heroes, they sacrifice to prove a point, to get the job done for freedom. People really do not understand what that word means. They really don't understand what the sacrifice is. They really, really don't get it. And that's not something that you can really teach somebody. They have to feel it. It has to ache in their bones. It has to hurt. And sometimes you got to bring it to the people to make them feel it before they really start to understand it. Because if you don't do that once in a while, you end up having the world that we live in today. Where people demand things and they expect things that, not like some of us when we grew up, we were taught, hey, you put in your time, you work hard, you put in the effort, and you'll achieve something. You do it with respect. You respect people who are older and wiser. They've lived a lot longer. They've seen a lot of things. They did the do's and don'ts. They put in their time. But the world is vastly going in an opposite direction, and it needs a wake up. And this just might be. All right, brother. Take care. All right, man. We'll see you, Dove. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Appreciate it. So that's just how I feel about it. And that's where I see it. And, the world today is so many people are not so well informed. They want to just spat off and say things and do things no different than they did during the Vietnam conflict. The thing about it is way to justify who's right and who's wrong. I mean, that's a broad spectrum, and eventually you have to choose a side. And the problem with choosing a side is the other guy's watching and he's marking you. And the vendetta might not come today and it might not come tomorrow, but they don't forget. It's like veterans, they don't forget nothing. That's why you got to really be careful when you say things to veterans. They might not react right away. But if you think they're forgetting, doubtful. Especially when they lost people in combat. Because that has a whole different meaning to them. A whole different feeling to them. It's not the same. And unless you've ever been there, really been there, you'll never understand it. Somebody really close to me in my life lost their best friend they went to school with, the best friend in their arms. Best friend. Grew up together. That's the best friend in his arms in combat. And I can tell you, it ain't an easy thing. It really isn't. And I'm pretty proud of that person for who he's become. He knows it. And he looked up to me growing up, you know. I see that he copycatted a lot of things and tried to follow me in my footsteps. And he became quite the man. He really did. He had a lot of things that could have made him go sideways. A lot of things. And he stayed strong. And for that, I will always be proud of him. And he knows it. Just so sometimes when I have my pity party, I think about him and other people that, looked up to me and went through some things in their life like that. I'm proud of them for where they ended up, and how they fought through their struggles and they fought through the pain and the agony. I'm just as proud of them as they were of me. Yeah. All right, brother. Take care. We'll see you now, Robinson. So, yep, that's just where I'm at. I think that in life, anything that you do, you got to have selflessness. When you're a selfish person and you only do things for your own reasons and your own good, and you nurture that, and you're really good at bullshitting people and, telling the same lie over and over and over again. Look, there's some masters out there. You better know that. There are some master storytellers. I tell you, it's something that really aggravated me. This guy, for the longest time, everybody thought he was in the military because he told everybody that he'd been in the military, that he served in combat. I mean, the stories were good. And then a friend of mine checked him out. I mean, I didn't have no reason to. He told the story, A friend of mine checked him out. And he sent me the information. Oh, he hadn't been in the military, but he got booted out. Didn't make it through AIT, Advanced Individual Training. Didn't make it. Didn't go no further than that. He never seen a unit. Never went to combat. Never seen combat. Nothing like that. And that appalled me, especially the stories that he was telling. And what appalled me even more was that he was getting a disability check from the VA. Now that just amazed me on how stupid and uninformed that some of the people at the VA were to give a man a full disability when he didn't rightfully deserve it. And there'd been other people that could positively show you that they were there. It just aggravated the piss out of me. That's the stuff that bothers me. Some people say, oh, well, maybe they're mentally handicapped. You're going to tell me that they don't know what they're doing? I don't believe it for a minute. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't buy the story. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. That's just the way it is. And, people have, they can say whatever they want to say. They can have their own feelings on the comment, but that's exactly how I feel. So, it is what it is. Nothing you can do about it. I have no room for somebody who tells stories like that. None. I mean, I fought 15 years to get mine. And I had all the details and all the paperwork and everything. And all the evidence. And it just seems like it happens to a lot of people like that. It's sad. They put up a big front. Oh, we're here to help you. But really? Are you? That's to be determined. It should be. We're here to help you if you fight hard enough to get it. Yes, that's what it seems like. It really does. That's really what it seems like. Anyway, it's just the way it is. I didn't sell a damn coin all night. Imagine that. I'm sure you can. Veteran on Veterans Day couldn't sell a coin. That's just humorous. I gotta admit that. Just freaking humorous. Maybe I just better just go post them all on eBay. Get my money back. Tell you what, if things go south here soon again, people are going to be wishing they got every bit of silver and every bit of gold and every bit of copper that they could have. You better bet that. Because that paper stuff ain't going to be worth its weight. I tell people that it's better to have it not need it than need it not have it. Some people just don't understand. I see some of the poorest people, well, I won't say, live below poverty level that stack every month. They buy something every month, Whether it's $50 worth of stuff or $100 worth of stuff, they buy it every month. And that's smart. I told them, that's smart. I said, well, it may go up and down, whatever, but at least it's always worth something, Sometimes they can only afford to buy a few little dimes or a dime for a collection or something like that, or a nickel or a quarter or, $50. I see them do that. Sometimes they save up for a few months to buy that special coin. That's what it's about. It's a fun hobby to have, to collect coins, just no different than collecting, guitars or gemstones or anything else that you collect. I think that it's fun, It's a challenge sometimes. Sometimes it's a challenge. But it is fun and it is enjoyable, Especially you get that one that is just, yeah. It's just difficult. It's difficult. I got a few coins like that. Boy, tough. Them Morgans, boy, they will break you. They will humble you. I'm not lying. Them Morgan dollars will humble you. Oh, yeah. Unbelievably so. I tell you what, I don't think the new ones are becoming any easier than the old ones sometimes. I mean, they're more manageable to buy. I mean, they're still not cheap, you know. But when you get into like the 1890 twos, threes, fours, and fives, man, they become difficult, you know. And Carson cities too. And they broke away here within the last couple of years, and the price just went up exponentially on them. And it doesn't matter what condition they're in. You know, the King, you know, the 1893 S. Boy, that's such a good God, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. You know? I pray that one day I open my mailbox and somebody was nice enough to actually buy me one in a slab case. That would be nice. That would be a dream come true. Because attaining one, wow. You know, come to think of it, I don't even know if Joe got one. I know that he was looking for some, and he had a lot. He had a lot of, I think he had most of the Carson cities. He had a lot of them, really nice ones, nice collection. Joe had, you know, Texas Joe, he had a nice collection of Morgans. Not just Morgans, though. He had a lot of coins, beautiful coins. I don't know if he ever got the 1893, though, S. Never got the chance to ask him in detail. Too bad. He's a good guy. But, you know, when it's your time, it's your time. No matter, you know. It's just the way it is. That's why I tell people, you know, you never know what tomorrow is going to bring. You just don't. So enjoy what you're going to do today. Because tomorrow is definitely not promised to anybody. That's a fact. That is a fact. I mean, I guess I don't have to tell that to too many people, but it's the truth. You know? I think it's like, you know, coming on and trying to do an auction or sell some coins to raise money for those less fortunate than myself. You know, I take time out of my life to do that. And whether I sell coins or not, at least I can say that I came here and I attempted to do it. Whether I sell a few or sell none, you know, that's just the way it is. I mean, some people just sell to pocket the money in their own pocket. They don't do it to help other people. So there's different reasons for why they're having their auctions. You know, I don't do it to have a clique or to have a clan or to have a posse or, you know, whatever, a harem, whatever people call it these days, you know, or a tribe. That's another one. I don't do it for all of that stuff. I don't need that little clicky packy thing. I just do it because I want to do it and I want to do something good for people. That's all. No other reason. I have fun and hang out with people who are like minded. And I think that's the most enjoyable part of doing what I do. Just like guitars. I don't do it because I need to be well known. A lot of people know who I am. I don't do it to stick my chest out and say, look at me, look what I have. I don't do it for that reasons at all. I do it because I like to share my experience my knowledge that I've gained over the years to help people purchase things that are reasonable and try to give them some insight of the things that I learned. There's a lot of good people out there that do it for all the right reasons. But there is more people that are out there that do it for selfishness rather than selflessness. And a lot of people don't come out and say those things. You hear people, oh, you're just jealous. Well, not me. I'm not jealous at all. I can show what I have. Why do I need to be jealous? I'm happy with what I have. It's mine. I'm happy, And one day it'll be somebody else's. All my stuff. It'll be somebody else's, and I hope they enjoy it just as much as I did. And I hope they do something good with it. And I hope they enjoy their life with it. And not piss it down the river. I really do. That's what I hope. I do it to bring some happiness. That's it. That's all that really matters. Because if you do things without having a plan for why you buy things or why you do things, that's just an empty void there, I think when you do things and you have a really good reason for doing them, the blessings come to you. And sometimes you have to understand the reasoning behind why people do things and why they don't do things, People love to be entertained. They love fun. They will always buy fun first. They will always buy entertainment first before they even take care of their own selves. It's a fact. I would have to say at least 80% of the world does that. You agree or disagree, but the facts are there, And I sit back and I say, well, what are you going to do? Try to reinvent the wheel? Not going to happen. You might get it to roll better. You might get it to wear better, but it's still a wheel, right? That's the way I think of it. I bought some things over the years. I know this is changing the subject, but I bought things over the years. And I had no clue what the hell they were, right? You come across them years later, you pack it away somewhere and you say, what the hell is that? What was I thinking when I bought that? Or did I buy it in a box of other stuff? Because I have no clue what that thing is or what it does. I don't know if anybody else out there has that, in their life, but it just amazes me. Unbelievable. Makes you think more about when you buy something, though. Coins, they're a coin. A guitar, they're a guitar. Tool, it's a tool. Gemstone, well, that's debatable. You got real, and then you have, lab created. So you got to understand the differences between them. Which is interesting. I've always been interested in learning many different things in life, I'm like a colorful butterfly. I just like to know a lot about a lot of different things. It's interesting. It's no different, people say, well, why you got so many damn guitars, Bob? Actually, there's people with a lot more than me. And there's a lot of people with a lot more than me. They just have a like mind. They like them. I mean, you put wallpaper up on the wall, right? And you buy that wallpaper because it makes the wall look good, right? It looks colorful. Well, guitars do that for me. Some wallpaper costs more than my guitars. Oh, yeah. There's some Japanese wallpaper out there that is expensive. You know, some people put wood that's really expensive on their walls, or marble, or whatever, right? Me, I just load the walls up with guitars. I think they're cool. Yeah. Well, anyway, everybody's dropping off, so I guess I ought to call it a night. I thank you all for stopping by the stream. People that did stop by to see me. And if y'all feel it in your heart to do a donation, you can see where you can send it. I appreciate it. If you can't, at least pray for me to be able to raise enough money this year to give to people less fortunate than ourselves. I wish you all the greatest blessings. And to all my brothers and sisters that were veterans, I thank you for serving the same purpose that I did. I thank you for your sacrifices, and I thank you for your love. Oh, gaming, outdoor, and more. Well, I thank your grandfather for his ultimate sacrifice, my friend. Dad's in the army. I pray for your dad too. It's quite the commitment. It's on another level, but some people will never really. It's hard to understand. It really is. Everybody does it for a different reason. You know, and sometimes you do it for one reason when you start it, and then the reasons change after you've been there for a while. They really do. The grandfather have Agent Orange? Is that what he had? Because that was the uh, biggest problem with causing cancer in Vietnam. I believe was the Agent Orange. My uncle has it. He got quite a few things, and I really had to dig into them to go to the VA to get some help. Because some people in my family they've always had the mindset that you do everything on your own, you work really hard, and you don't get handouts. They would call getting help from the VA a handout. And I tried to, you know, explain to them that it's not. You earned that right. You earned that. If you put the suit on, you put that uniform on, and you go serve your country, the American people say we will take care of you, no matter what. And unfortunately, it's not the people that's the problem. It's the system. Okay, you earned the right, but now you got to earn our right, and you got to prove it in order to get it. And it's like, well, did I not serve? And you got my DD 214, and you have all that information. How is it that I have to prove it again? You know. Hey, what's up, MKCL? How you doing? Oh, he didn't know he had it? Well, that's a shame. Well, I hope you spent some good years with your grandfather. I'm sure he had some stories if he did share them with you. I'm sure your dad was proud of him, and I hope you're proud of your dad. It takes a lot to do what you do. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm telling you. Just hanging in there. I just figured I'd get on tonight and see if I could sell some stuff, but man, I couldn't sell water to a thirsty guy tonight, I guess. It's just been that way, lately. Hopefully, here in the next couple of weeks, I do well. Man, I'll tell you what, ain't been a great year. It's been understandable in some ways, but you know, still like to do what I can do. You never met your grandfather? Well, I hope your dad at least painted a picture for you that was good. Sometimes it's tough. You always hear the bad stories about people, but you never hear the good stories. Or sometimes you only hear the good stories about a person, you never hear the bad stories. I think that sometimes the combining of what an individual's life is like, paints an all around picture. And, in my life, I'm like this. I don't, I try not to judge people. The world is a very judgmental place, right? Look, we all do bad things, we all do good things, you know? It's what you aspire to be. If you aspire to be a better person, if you aspire to do good things, that's really what I look at. And it took me a long time to get there. I ain't always been perfect. Well, I'm not perfect, but I mean that in a general sense, meaning I ain't always been a great guy. You know, I've never been a bad person, but I think we can all say that we've had some self-centeredness in us. But you grow up. Most people do anyway. Try to do what's right. That's it. That's right. It's about where you're going. You know, I know a lot of people who have, been to jail or prison or, live in a dark place from being in the military. And, they've struggled through it and become better from that. You know? Hi, CLMK. How you doing? Happy Veterans Day to you, too. Thank you for your service. You know what I think is funny? I didn't even know this. Now, you guys are probably not going to believe me, but uh, I got a feed from the VA. It was about a few months ago. And they're giving people disability now in treatment. You ready for this? Hold on. Hold on. This is a good one. When I was in the service, we used to have to burn poop, right? Turds. We used to have to burn it in the burning barrel, right? Not trying to paint a big picture here, but we did. Well, you used to have to breathe that gas. They never thought of that back in the day. And I guess it causes certain types of symptoms. And I guess cancers or whatever. And now they're giving disability if ever you did that. And probably most of us did. I know I did. Didn't like it, but I had to do it. Yeah, they're giving disability for that. So just kind of different. So, for all you veterans out there, if you ever burned any poop in the old 55 cut off 55-gallon drums in the four stallers, you too can get a disability. I know. It's not a joke. It's the truth. You really can. You really can get disability. Hey, is there a lot of people out there having auctions tonight? I tried. I didn't sell any coins though. Got a lot of them, but I ain't sold any. I'm just wondering. I figured there'd probably be quite a few people on. A veteran, combat veteran, on Veterans Day, having an auction. I didn't sell one coin. Boy, I'll tell you what, ain't that shitty. Oh, it's the first one you saw? Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely a wounded warrior. I just, whatever, you know. You guys know why I do it. That's all it really matters. Wounded warriors. You know, here's the thing. From time to time, I help out veterans, right? But I have this thing, right? I have seen so much stuff happen with some of these programs that they have for veterans, and veterans never get it, or only specific veterans get it, that it really put a salty taste in my mouth. So, periodically, I'll do something for a veteran that I know, you know, and I just do it for them. And that's it. I help them out because I know for a fact they need the help, right? I know for a fact they can use the help. And that way I know when I do it that it's done. Not that, 10% goes to the veterans and the other 90% goes in somebody's pocket that's never served in the military or in combat. That's the problem. So that's where I stand on that, and I'll never change my stance on that. And I've seen figures and numbers before, from other veterans showing me, and I was like flabbergasted. I couldn't believe it. So, did I ever go overseas? Yes, I served in 2 combat theaters overseas. Yeah, I sure did. Mm-hmm. I spent a total of 6 years overseas. What bases did I live in? Oh my god. Well, I don't talk about my combat, but I served in different places in combat. Southeast Asia. I spent a lot of my time. I spent 5 years total time during the Cold War um, in Germany. I was in Darmstadt, Germany, Schaffenburg, Gießen, Heidelberg, Hanau, uh, Oberwiesenflecken. Spent a lot of time in Germany. Did border patrols. I went to East Germany when it was still ran by the Russians. Gotten some spouts there too. Back then there wasn't so much media coverage about things when they happened. People just handled it. Now is a different world, right? And things happen much differently, which create a lot more problems than they do solutions. Fort Campbell, your dad with the 101st Airborne Division. I served with them. I served in combat with Alpha Company 326 engineers of the 101st Airborne Division. Yep. During Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Yep. Served with a lot of different units. Stateside, Fort Campbell. I was in Fort Campbell, Fort Benning, Fort Bragg, Fort Lewis, Washington, Fort Leonard, Missouri, Fort Bliss, Texas, Fort Riley, Kansas, Fort Dix, New Jersey. So I've been around different places. What rank was I when I got out? Or what's the highest rank that I've held? That's a story that I don't talk about. Let's just say I peed up a tree one time. My highest rank was E5 promotable to E6. Let's just say I didn't agree with a person. We had a vendetta, and that person set me up, and he had the right rank to do it. And I had a lot of people on my side, but he had a lot of officers on his side. So I got out a corporal. I had already been to PLDC and BNOC, and so it wasn't long after all of that stuff transpired that my first sergeant at the time, who I'd known for many, many years. I mean, he was there when my son was born. He bought my son a crib and all kinds of stuff. I mean, he was just a wonderful man. He came up to me, and he was up for Sergeant Major, for Command Sergeant Major, and came up to me and he said, "Hey, Bob, what are you going to do?" I said, "I just don't know, man. I don't feel like I want to put in more struggle to get back to where I was because of some bad crap, being in a bad unit with bad people." I said, "I really don't want to have that happen again. I mean, I got a chest full of medals that mean nothing." I said, "I really feel like I'm done." He's like, "Man, I'm going to tell you about a program that's coming up." And he did. He told me about a program. So I took the early out program because they were paying soldiers to get out. I said, "Well, if I'm going to get out, I might as well get paid to get out." And he also set me up with the VA. So I was already in the system for the VA to start getting some compensation. So that's what I did. I got paid the next amount of money when I got out to get out. And then it took me 15 years to get my 100% total and permanent disability. There's a lot of things that you got to go through. Even though you have all of the facts, and even though you have all of the paperwork and proof and everything, it's just a terrible system that I had to go through. And then they rank you 285% disabled. Figure that out. I'm almost 3 times people disabled. I don't know how they do that math, but oh yeah, you couldn't even possibly believe the things that I had to go through. And then, and it, through those 15 years, it was struggling, man. It was tough. It was really tough on me and my family. And, but, I pioneered through it. And I'm here today. So, and that's why, I tell people don't give up. Whatever you want to do in life or everything that you want to succeed at, don't give up. At least the hope is always there, I'm not 100%. I'm 100% total and permanent. There's a difference. People can get 100% disability, right? And then if they find that you can be improved upon, then they can lower it. 100% total and permanent means just that. And then you're issued a ID card that says indefinite, which means until you die. And it takes a long time, and not everybody gets that. That's a really, really hard thing to get. And you got to definitely have the things wrong with you. They do not give it to you unless you definitely deserve it. Or somebody, I guess, maybe. I don't know. But I know I went through a lot of trials and tribulations to get mine. I've seen a lot of doctors, a lot of specialists. So, and that's a blessing to me, and I consider it a blessing, even though I pay for it every day. I pay for it, I put on a different face, and in my private time, I trust me. I'm a man of a different face for you than I am by myself, and I struggle through it, and I get by. But there's only so much that pills can do for you, right? You got to be strong mentally. You really do. And gaming outdoor, I'll tell you a little something that I learned. I brought a lot of good things out of the military that helped me in my daily life. And made me proud of some of the people that I served with, right? Some really, really good people. Strong people, educated people, loving people, caring people. The camaraderie is next to none, right? I've lost good people, saved good people, helped good people, cried with good people, had good times, laughed, and have some great memories. So when people ask me, oh, how bad was it? I tell them like this: there's good and bad in the whole situation. And that's life in general, no matter what your job is, whether it was in the military or as a civilian. You're going to face trials and tribulations. You're going to have shortcomings. You're going to have good times and you're going to have bad times. You're going to meet great people, and then you're going to meet selfish, indignant people, people who only care about themselves. They wear the ass hat, and, they say things and do things that don't make sense to you. I mean, if there is a normal, they're not that. And that's just how I take what I did in the military, and I try not to just see all of the bad things that I was involved in or a part of. I try to see the good too. I try and I hope and I pray and I did see a lot of good that we did. Not bad, you know. Unfortunately, the media likes to only tell you about the bad, not the good. And sometimes when you tell people too much of that stuff, they tend to never believe the good things that you do. So, did you hear what they did in Fort Knox? Someone backed into the base through the exit near the housing, and now every weekend they have to block them up. Wow. Yeah, people are just out of control, man. Just out of friggin' control. I think that the world needs more psych hospitals. They really do. There's a lot of psycho people running around out there. I mean, real psycho people. Okay? And they can easily be taunted or manipulated into doing the craziest of things that make no sense whatsoever. And then the other people who brainwash them, right? Or con them into doing stupid things by what they say in the media, right? They should be held as much responsible for the actions of that individual than themselves. Just like the guy up there in um what was it? Maine or Vermont. I think it was Maine. A trainer. Somebody trained. Who trained people? An expert marksman, okay? That people in the military and people in the civilian world and the police were told about having issues. And they didn't take his guns from him. Look, I have a problem with that. Okay? When people start doing and saying things and acting certain ways like that, those should be red flags. You know what I mean? And I think that, they need to apprehend those people's firearms until they can prove that they're mentally capable of being able to own and possess a firearm. It should be that. They could have saved a lot of lives, especially somebody like that. Now, granted, there's people that just say things because they want attention, but then there's people on another level that when they say something and they warn you, buddy, you better be on your A game and not even play around with that because that's dangerous. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I don't even know if a world war can change the thinking of a lot of people. I think it just kills more people. That's all. Yeah. It's seems like every generation has something wacky go wrong with it. And somebody's making money off of it. People love to make money off of people's pain, death, and poverty. And I'm telling the truth. And I don't care what you do, you're never going to change it. There's only one way that you could ever change it. And that's just to eradicate every person from the face of the earth. That's it. And that ain't going to happen. People are very dependent upon one another. So there's only so far that they'll bring it these days, because they're not willing to make the risk to bring it any further than that. And how far is that? Well, they know how far that is. There's always going to be the one that talks about being ready, and then there's going to be the guy that is. It's like, when do the people snap, right? When do the people lose control? And I think that on a very large scale, there's a lot of people that are there. They're there. There's a paper thin line that the scales are constantly teetering. And it's when like minds, people who think alike, right? When they tip the scale in the wrong direction, that's when it can go south very fast. That's the scary part. And as a pastor, people want me to talk about politics and all this. I don't look. If I want to talk about politics all the time, I became a politician. As a matter of fact, I was talked to by several different politicians that I should get into politics. It's just not my thing, because I'm somewhere between a lot of different viewpoints, right? I like to think of myself as an independent. And why? Because I like to have the right to choose who I think would be best suited. Who I think would be best suited. Not who I think is suited for the job. Who is best suited out of who we have to choose, right? The Democratic Party and the Republican Party have ruled this country for far too long. I think we need to have a more dominant party that's independent and thinks independently and has cross views between a Democrat, a Republican, and somewhere in between. People who think outside the box, but with respect to the people and respect to, the world in general. And we don't have that. We have a piss and fight between two parties all the time. And quite frankly, it gets sick and tired of listening to the same things, the same media thing, the same narratives being pushed. It's just ultimately tiring that, these rich people have this ongoing fuss between each other, and they use politics to show their fuss and to pull their power. And that's really what it is. Here's my thing. So it doesn't matter about, I think that everybody should be able to possess a gun that is trained. I think that, you should have some kind of, I think every individual who owns or possesses a gun should have some type of training. Safety training. And that they're sound, sound people. And if they haven't proven any different, then they should be able to possess a firearm. Now, how are you going to know if they're sane or not? I mean, there's certain things that you can tell about people, and you can find out about people. But I think that there needs to be certain rules and regulations put in it. Now, is that going to stop any individual in the world from possessing a firearm? Absolutely not. There is so many weapons on the black market that people can get readily available and so easily. That's not going to solve it, because the bad guy is always going to be able to have and possess a firearm. No matter how many times you can throw him in jail or slap him on the hand or tell him he can't, if he wants it, he's going to have it. Or if she wants it, she's going to have it. And that's just the way it is. But I think in generalization, I think that everybody should learn safety. How to fire a firearm, how to clean your firearm, how to properly store your firearm, right? What a firearm is used for, right? What are the situations that make it relevant to have, carry, and possess a firearm? That's just how I believe. That's my personal point of view. Some people may not agree with that. But, like myself, I was trained by the best of the best to do the worst of the worst. No different than your dad, right? Can you agree with that? Well, I mean, I don't know what your dad's trained in, but I was a 12 Bravo X-ray 20. So, but you all have specific jobs to do, right? But you trained to be the best of the best of doing those things. Okay? Soldiers are much different, right? Their training is on a higher level. So they respect their weapon. It's not something that they take lightly. Most people, as you get older and you spend more time, you don't take what you do lightly. And for the most part, they always respect the rule of law. Oh, that's right. The president doesn't have that power. The House of Representatives and Congress in general has the power. It takes a lot to enact war. It's not something that just happens. Unless your homeland struck. Somebody dropped a bomb in the United States, I can guarantee you can mark my words. There is probably over 2,500 nuclear warheads that are already ready for their targets. And if you think those countries don't already know that, they do. They know what they're capable of. And what we have in the United States, nobody knows except the people that need to know what our advanced technology is, which is so far more advanced than anything you've ever heard of. And the world knows that. So it doesn't just happen like that. They have these nitpick battles and confrontations. It keeps the military-industrial complex rolling. People are making money because it's a money-making machine. A lot of people make money off of that. It's a business. Think it's not? It is. Oh yeah, same thing with Russia. No different in Russia. Actually, there's more to it than that in Russia. It's there's different stages. Just you just can't just do things. Russia, I can tell you, uh, and China, I don't believe in my heart would ever launch a nuclear strike against the United States unless they were provoked to do that. And that would mean that somebody had already dropped bombs on them. I mean, no matter what. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about our three countries that most people overlook and don't understand. One, we went and we saved Russia's behind during World War II. And if we didn't, they would be German speaking today. And they can tell you they know that. They probably would not admit that, but that is a fact. If the United States did not get drawn into the war, they'd have been speaking German because they were on a roll and they would have did it. I guarantee you. Because the Germans would have picked up more people along the way to join in it, no different than NATO is, and they would have ruled right over Russia. So if you don't think that Russia doesn't know that and respect that, they do. They might not tell you that in the media. That's a fact. China sent a lot of people over in the early parts, in the early development of the United States. A lot of the Chinese built the railroads here in the United States. They built a lot of buildings here in the United States. They helped in the building of this country, this nation. People don't understand that. The Chinese were a very valuable part and asset in building the United States. And we are a very valuable part and asset in building China to what they are today. And they know that. So the three most powerful nations in the world, look, they get it. And if you don't think that they keep their eye on the other guys who think that they want to be powerful, oh, absolutely. Don't try to be one of the kings of three, because that ain't happening. They will humble them countries real quick. See, NATO was originally designed and developed and put together so that it would keep Russia from having communism take over the world. That's what it was created for. And instead of dissolving after, the Reagan legacy, when Reagan pretty much made it possible to break down walls and barriers. But see, like everything, everybody wants to stop. How much more can I take? How much more can I do? You know? Well, here's the thing about Gaza. There's a lot of innocent people that are being killed, but they're harboring people that caused the problem initially, right? Hamas. So, innocent people will get killed. If you're harboring people, maybe they could stop dropping bombs, but I don't think they should stop the ground war. And I've already said how easy it would be to get them out of them tunnels. It's easy to do. You just got to find all of the exits. Once you know where all the exits are, it's easy to get them out of them tunnels. So it's how bad you want to get them out. It's the problem with Benjamin Netanyahu. He's got a vendetta. Okay? His brother got killed by Palestinians. And I think that, this is a payback. He's seen a payback. He is far right wing. I mean, extremist. And I don't believe in that. I believe if you have a democracy, you got to, have a democracy. It would be nice if we could have a Garden of Eden, but we know that ain't never going to happen. As long as there's evil in the world, it's never going to happen. It's just the way it is. I think the biggest thing is what you can do to try to keep the scales balanced. That's what's really important. And that's a difficult challenge sometimes. Are you doing things for the right purpose or the wrong purpose? And there's a drawing line there in the sand. Well, in ancient Mesopotamia, the lifestyle was much different. It's just like in Saudi Arabia, right? When I was in Saudi Arabia, you didn't see a lot of thieving, a lot of thievery, a lot of stealing or anything like that. And I was wondering because when I was walking through shops, open gold shops, I mean, there was no, you could walk right in and walk right out. And I was like, I don't get it. Until I was wondering what was going on because there's a bunch of gathering in like a town square there. And I was like, what are they doing? And we didn't know because we were soldiers, They cut the guy's hand off in public for stealing. Cut your freaking hand right off. They don't play. They do not play in Saudi Arabia. You do the crime, you do the time, whatever it may be. Hey, what's up, John? How's it going? That's a fact. They do not play. I mean, I seen that, witness it firsthand. They do not play games. You steal, you get your freaking hand chopped off. Oh, yeah. Imagine bringing that law out. Okay, if you get caught stealing, we're going to take a finger. Do it again, we're taking another finger. After 3 fingers, we chop your whole hand off. Oh my God. The Italian mafia had a similar process. And that was actually brought forward from Roman times, believe it or not. You do the family wrong, or you do somebody wrong. You ever see a cigar cutter? You know that you nip the end of the cigar off. You think that's only in the movies? Let me tell you, where I live, my papa was Anthony Aquino, and I went all over the place with him. And when I was a young boy, I mean real young, I think I was like 12 years old, I went to Providence. He was part owner in several different jewelry companies. Back then, Rhode Island was known as the costume jewelry capital of the world. And I'm not going to tell the whole story, but I experienced something as a young child to see that you do not slap, hit, taunt, screw around with any family member of the mafia, period. I don't care if it was the Italian mafia or the Irish mafia. You don't do it. You're going to pay the price. Something is going to happen. Just the way it is. So there was a respect that they demanded. And that's just the way it was. And people gave them their respect because they knew they wasn't playing. In today's world, they let people get away with all of this stuff. You see it all over the news all over the time. And I said, boy, I tell you what. If the old rules were in play, they would not be doing that. You know, look, I don't always agree with everything that every country does. I really don't. But by God, if somebody broke through your backyard, right? We'll just put it this way. Somebody broke in your front door and started shooting up the place. And killed some of your family members. You don't think that you would want vengeance? You better bet you would. Or something's wrong with you. And that's just what's happening. And the world don't like it. And I really don't understand why the world's got a big vendetta against Israel anyways. I just don't understand it. They went through a lot. Israel has been through a lot. They really have. Believe it or not. They have been through the ringer. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess, look. I'll tell you guys something. You only hear about the 10 Commandments, right? When you read the Bible. But there were a lot more than that. Hundreds. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to live by all them commandments. They were scary. Some of them were not right. I mean, twisted. So, I don't know. Maybe they just cut it down to 10. Because the other ones, boy, you wouldn't want to have to deal with them. And Jesus just cut it down to 2. Yeah. Whew, thank God. I mean, there was some scary rules. There's a lot of religions that have. Oh my God, they got some scary rules. I mean, yowza. It's like, I try to understand. I really do. And I don't get it. I don't. I just don't get it. Nor will I ever. I tell you what, just as long as I never have to live where I use two shells, I'm good. I don't think I can handle it. I'm not into the two shell thing. Nope. I am not into the two shell thing. You guys know what a Charlie horse is? When your leg or your arm or your muscle locks up and you get all that pain? I can guarantee you my sphincter would have that problem. Way before them shells even got close. Oh my God. Yeah. What did you say? I mean, for Jesus, they tortured him for helping. Well, here's the thing about Jesus, right? Most people don't know what he did or a lot of his lifestyle, but let me give you a little background. Um, Most people know Jesus as, the carpenter's son, right? They didn't do just carpentry. They helped to build a lot of the Roman things. They worked in concrete and whatever they could during those time periods. People didn't write everything down. Now, I believe there's a lot of lost information. Uh, Probably a lot of information that was never told uh, to us, the Christian people. Because let's face it, how many generations was there before um, you started getting any of the writings and known of any of the writings in the Bible? What, 3 or 4 generations? I think it wasn't until, you know, 3 or 4 generations after Jesus was already gone before you were starting to get any information on him. So you only knew things, there was we'll say anywhere from a 20 to a 40-year period before you started getting any information, you know? And even Christians wasn't doing it right. I mean, Peter and Paul didn't get along. They had arguments all the time. I mean, you know, Peter started all kind of rousing. People don't always tell the whole story. There was a lot of controversy on how Christianity should be ran, and what the rules should be. Can you imagine, the Catholic Church wrote the rules. They wrote the Bible, okay? Plain and simple. Absolutely. That's the way it is. People don't want to believe it. They don't have to believe it, but they did. Now, is there more than just that? Absolutely. Jesus already talked about it. Now, whether people want to take Jesus as their Lord and Savior, that's their own, that's their own free will that they choose that. But they still can't say that he didn't live. I mean, yes, there were lots of Jesuses. There were lots of people who came and said this or that. But there was one proven fact written down in history that actually hung on a cross. I don't care what anybody says. They can say, oh, somebody else took his. No, I don't believe it. There's too much documentation to prove it, and not enough not to prove it. And that's just the way it is. Now, whether you believe that Jesus rose, went to heaven, whatever, look, according to manuscripts and facts, up until the time that he was put in the tomb, in Joseph Arimathea's tomb, right? Where he was put in there, the stone was rolled, and they wrapped his body in linen cloth. Okay, all of that stuff is documented, right? They knew that of a fact. But anything beyond when the stone was rolled back and they went in to prep the body further and they didn't find the body, any story that's after that is just that. There's no, the oldest manuscripts and documents don't prove anything beyond that. So where that information came from, the scholars find no bona fide factual evidence of anything beyond that. Does that not mean it's not a good story? Oh. No matter what, Jesus proved, and there's historical evidence of it, right? Or as much as you could find on anybody in the world. I mean, nobody's more well known than him, that he did all of these things. He performed miracles, walked on water, did all these things. People seen this stuff. Now, the Jonah and the whole whale thing, I don't know if I buy all that, right? I'm sorry, I have a problem with that. Okay, the whale story. I do have a problem with the whale story. Look, I'm just being honest. Pastor or not, I have a problem with that. With Jesus, there's a lot of documentation of it. And people say, well, why didn't we find out what he did from the time he was 12 to the time he was 30? What does it matter? He's being a man. He was learning. He probably went to other countries. He probably learned other things. I mean, isn't that what you would expect? Maybe that's what God wanted him to do. And it wasn't really pertinent for mankind to know about it. Who knows? I'm not God. I don't understand the wisdom behind God and what he chooses to do. And I don't care. It does not matter. It's not going to change my life. I'm not a Christian because somebody tells me that I need to be. I'm one by choice. Just like a Muslim's a Muslim by choice. Or a Hindu's a Hindu by choice, right? Or a Satanist is a Satanist by choice, right? They make their choice to be those things. Because I find that the information that's presented to me that I agree with. That's all. That's all. I'm just being honest. But I don't believe all of the things in the Bible to be factual. I think that maybe people pushed a narrative for you to believe that. Do I believe that the book was inspired to represent God? Yes. Do I believe there are a lot of facts in there? Yes. Do I believe there's a lot of wishy-washy narratives? Fill in the blanks, right? Do I believe that we'll ever know the whole story? Not until we meet God. Plain and simple. You know? Do I believe that you can die and still be saved or just before your death? Absolutely. God's God. I'm not. I can't call the shots, right? Plain and simple. People, look, you can use any religion in the world, right? Any religion. I don't care what it is. And you can push a narrative. You can control the populace with religions. And it has been. You can start wars and end wars with it. It's a proven fact. Absolutely. It's not no mystery. It's not nothing hidden in the waves of things. You got to educate yourself, right? But it also does a lot of good, right? It teaches self-control and manifestation in something greater than you. And to know that you're powerless over whatever created you. And you know in your heart that you were created by something with a greater mind and a greater purpose that we will never understand. Nor how hard you try to understand or do the math, you won't. Because there's always a mystery. What is the chance for charity behind you? What do you mean? Could you explain yourself? What do you mean, CLMK? I'm lost. Talk to me. Oh, I got a Charlie horse in my leg a few minutes ago. I kind of talked my way through it. What was you needing to see? Drinking Vita water. I love these things. These triple X's. I don't know if you guys ever had these. These are pretty good. The board behind me. I haven't started on that yet. Yeah, I haven't started on it yet. I'm going to do that the 1st of December. The board. That'll be a fun night. That'll be crazy. I'm not prepared to go to the board tonight, but we will do it the first week of December. We'll do the board. We'll have one night or 2 nights, or maybe I'll use the whole week and just work on the board. That ought to be interesting. That's more of a, the board is more for giving back to you guys rather than it is to make money, to be honest with you. And you know how I am. Every year I do something great for you guys for helping out. You know. Pretty much, you guys know how that is. I don't make a whole lot of money off of anything that I sell to really constitute a big donation. Most of it, unless somebody's going above and beyond, which the CLMK. I don't make a whole lot. But you do know that the facts are proven by me that I do buy things, I do take pictures of things, and I do request a letter of appreciation from whoever I give it to. I am very transparent. You got to see that on another channel. Tell me how many channels you've seen that. Yeah. Exactly. I like to be transparent. I don't like no BS happening, if you know what I'm saying. I got some cool coins, though. Got a bunch of Morgans. I got 6 Morgans. Different ones. I got 6 of them. Got 6 Morgans. They're pretty good. Oh, pretty good ones. Some are better than others. Pretty good ones. I take $40 a piece for them. You want them? They're all really. I'd probably say every one of them is very fine or better. They're all pretty good. There's a stack of them. I got some different mint states. These are $50 a piece because they're graded. MS69. I got a 2020, a 2018, and 2017. Them already graded, ready to rock and roll. Just throw them up in the case. No, I'm just selling them. My brain's too fogged. It's 11:31. I started at 8. I was tired at 6. I'm just being honest. Yeah, just buy it now. So these are $50 a piece if you want one of these. The Morgans are $40 a piece. I got some really cool coins that I'm going to do an auction on. I got some, but I want to do them next week. The graded ones are MS69 2017, MS69 2018, MS69 2020. These are already graded. So they're worth the $50 a piece. Plain and simple. Grading is grading. When you get done paying your shipping and paying your return shipping and then having photographs done and everything else, man, it's crazy money. Really, it is. And then you pay, what, $15 a piece to have them graded? Or whatever it is. So they're worth it. They're done. They're ready to go. The Morgans are not graded. Just these two are in nice cases. I put them in nice cases. And I got to change my glasses because I can't see nothing on my glasses. This one here is an 1881 O and 1921 Philadelphia. And this one's a 1921 Philadelphia. And this one here is a 1921 Philadelphia. So you got 321 Philadelphias, an 1881 O, which is a really good coin. This one here is an 1884 Morgan silver dollar. And this is a 1921 with a toner. And this one here, I think, is an S. Nope, this one here is a Denver. So that's a collectible one. And the thing about Denver is that Denver only was on one coin, which was in 1921. I don't know if you guys knew that, but the Denver mint mark was only on in 1921. Thought I'd let you know that. And I don't know how many they made. I don't know off the top of my hand how many were minted in Denver, but it's a nice one. Got a little tone to it. But they're all real good ones. I think you could send them all off and have them graded. I'm just selling them for $40 a piece. And if you're asking why I'm selling for $40 a piece, I'll be honest with you. I paid $35 a piece for them because they were good, and I was helping out the guy that I bought them from, and I'm making $5 a piece off of them. So I'm making, $30. I mean, I don't think that's much to ask. Yeah, if you want them all, you can have them all. You can pay. You know how it works. I mean, you're my friend, right? We're real friends in real life. You know what I mean? So if you want them next week, you can. You want all 6 of them? You want all 6 of these or what? They're all really nice. I'll show you under the camera if you want to see them. I'll show them to you real quick. Now this is magnified times 10, so. They're all good. They all have, if you look, they still have luster on them. They're probably XF. This one here has a toner on it. This one here is your Denver. You can see there's some punch through in it. Another one. Still got luster on it. Nice one. That might. So they're all good. $18.81. Still got some luster on it. Oh. And that O's canted. You see that? So they're all really, really, really good ones. There's one. Got luster on it. And I'll tell you where these coins, well, a couple of them came from these 21s. This 21, this 21. Oops. And this 21 right here, they came from Florida. And I don't need to tell you where they came from. You know. The other ones didn't. They came from another source. But those 3 came from Florida. These 3 21s came from Florida. And you know where. I don't need to say. So, all 6 of them, $40 a piece. Helping out the channel. You'll be donating $30 to the kitty. But I like to sell them all as a lot and get rid of them all. That way they're all gone. not who you think. No, they did not come from him, as a matter of fact. Mary got them from a different person. Which amazed me. So, anyway. Okay, you want the 1921D? Okay. 1921D. That's not it. What the hell was that? Yeah, put my other glasses on. All right, let's see. Put my glasses on. Terrible when you get old, guys. It's that one. Okay, cool. Yeah, Mary. Well, Mary learned from me. She paid attention. Hey, you think my collection is just my collection? Don't you think some of those coins are Mary's? Of course they are. Not just Reverend Bob. She's on it. Let me get a bag. I'll put this one in it. Oh man. Yeah, Mary learning. She's learning. Yeah, she I think she did a good job. I mean, for what they had a selection of left over, you know. I think that she nitpicked through them and found the best ones. So I thought that was cool. Next week, I think I'm going to bring these to the channel. Check these out. Clean. These got straight grades. Look at these babies. You want to talk about some nice ones to have in your collection? We'll bring them to the auction next week. This one here, 1956 MS64. It's a nice coin. I got some cool goodies coming. Cool graded ones. It'll be fun. It's just been a weird year, that's all. Weird. Strange year. I got quite a few coins. Got some nice rings, some gemstones. Got some nice gemstones. I cut these. These look nice. Want to see something nice? Check these out. I cut these. I'll show you. These are real rubies. They're not colored enhanced. They're real. These are real. I cut them. Look at them babies. Real rubies. Match set. 8x6, 1.26 carats. They're natural African rubies. Look at them babies. Nice, huh? I know. Pain in the ass to get that like that. Oh, you're back, huh? That's what real ones look like. And real ones always have inclusions on them. So you'll see like this one here. You'll see that little inclusion there, but they're nice. Now, from a distance, I'll show you the difference. That's magnified. So I'll show you from a distance. You're just looking. You can see how nice and pinkish red they are. Oh, yeah. Want to see something super nice? Check this out. Here's a really nice one. I cut this one too. Long time ago. Check this baby out. This will blow your mind. Check this out. Look at that. This is golden citrine. I cut that years ago. Beautiful, huh? Take you out. Show you what it looks like from a distance. Beautiful, huh? Golden citrine. They're expensive today. Yeah. Yeah. Flawless rubies. I have some I'm gonna be cutting some Lightning Ridge opals and some Weller opals soon. I got a new machine and I'm going to be cutting them. I'm going to make Mary a pendant and a ring matching set. I ordered some Lightning Ridge black opal rough I got coming from Australia. So I'm going to make her a matching set for Christmas. You know, the labor of love. And then I'm going to make myself a ring out of the set too. So it'll take me a while to do that. Because I had to buy a machine to be able to cut cabs because I don't have a cabbing machine. I mean, I have a flat lap, but I don't have a cabbing machine. I do now. I bought one. So that's cool. I have some, well, they call them Magok rubies, but when I bought my rubies, I bought Burma rubies. And how you know the difference is I'll show you some night. I'll bring them down here and I'll go dark in the room and I'll show you why they call them Burma rubies. And then I'll show you the difference between opals and how you know Australian opals, Lightning Ridge black opals, how you know the difference between opals. Oh, you're welcome, John. Hey, I got free coffee today from Dunkin' Donuts. I was pretty happy. I went up there to pay for it, you know. She goes, was you in a service? I said, yeah, I'm combat vet. She said, oh, no, it's free for you. I said, really? Yeah. I said, you want to see my ID card? She goes, no. She said, I'm pretty good at telling if a person's been in the military now. So I got some free coffee today. So I got a few things. I might even bring a guitar. Probably in December, I think I'm going to bring a guitar and auction a guitar off, one of my guitars. I think I'll do that too. Only one. And I'll probably do that in December as a grand finale. And I'll sign it. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Got some other cool things that's going to be happening. And don't forget, I got these. These are mystery packs. They're $120 donation a piece. Okay, mystery packs. And then I got the $60 mystery packs. I got 4 of them. I got 4 of these $60 mystery packs. And each of them are guaranteed to have silver in them. And they'll have mystery of different things in it. So, just to let you know, it will help out the channel too. When's the streaming ending? Probably here in a few minutes because I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten. I was outside working on the go-kart all day because me and my brother were out riding yesterday. And, well, needless to say, the brake caliper fell off and we must have been dragging it for quite a few miles through the woods. So I had to put a new brake caliper on my double-seater go-kart. And believe it or not, it took a few hours to do that. And then tomorrow, me and my brother probably ride a little bit. It'll be fun. Oh, yeah? You seen a video of it? Oh, yeah. I did a video, I think, yesterday of my main kart that I drive. I love it. It's great. It's great fun. But I don't suggest anybody get into go-karting unless they have a little bit of extra money to put into it, because I'll tell you what, oh my God. Until you get it right to where you need it to be, something will always break. You fix something or a weld or, well. You turn into a pumpkin at midnight. Oh, he's just a young guy. Does anybody's neck crackle? Sound like Rice Krispies when you move it in circles like that? Mine sounds like Rice Krispies. Ever since I got out of the military. I don't care what kind of pillow. I mean, Mary and I's bed cost buku dollars. And we got loads of memory foam and everything. And nothing ever seems to work. I mean, you get a little comfortable. God. I mean, it crackles. It's like snap, crackle, pop every day. Oh my God. I'm telling you. You're young and your neck does that? I tell you. Well, I'll give you something to look forward to. It ain't going to get any better. And I don't care if you're looking through a crystal glass or not. It ain't gonna get any better. What's up, spray can? What's going on? It never seems to get any better. When you're old, you're old. And your favorite pastime is talking about all the crap that goes wrong with you. You fix one thing and another thing breaks. I was talking to my friend Big Dog, right? He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a retired vet too. He was a sergeant major. And we've been friends for many, many years. We talk all the time, right? So he goes, "Man, I'm having a bad day." What did he say? I'll read it to you. Check this out. What did he say? He said, "Yeah, not enjoying anything to eat or drink right now. I had surgery on my gums and it sucks." I said, "Oh, snap. Ice cream." He said, "Yeah, having some banana cream pie later. A little spoonfuls." I said, and he says, "I'll have ice cream tomorrow." It's a heck of a diet. Poor guy. I think he had what he had. He had, I think, his hips. He had dual hip replacements. I think he had knee replacements. I mean, oh my god, jeez. He's a good gamer though. Telling you, always replaces something or fixing something. Hey, you know what I learned? I don't know if you guys know this or not. Maybe I told you before. If I didn't, you know you can put WD-40 on your joints and it actually helps to make them feel better? Did you know that? And it actually works. My doctor told me that a long time ago, and I thought he was full of crap, but he was actually not full of crap. Oh, man. Yikes. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's just, yeah. For real. I said, "Isn't that toxic to put on you?" He goes, "No." I mean, he says, "I wouldn't ingest it, but you can put it on your joint." He says, "It's called WD because it means water disbursement. It'll take the water out of your joints, which is cause for inflammation." I said, "Really?" And it does work. I put it on my hands. I don't put it on my shoulders and my neck and everything else that aches, but I do use it on my hands. Because sometimes, from wrenching or something like that, my hands will lock right up. My hands will start hurting. So I squirt it on my hands and rub it in, and it does make them feel better. That's no lie. It really does. It really does work. So, oh man, 35, huh? Sheesh. But yeah, if your hands ever start aching, for real, WD-40 does work. I am not. Look, my doctor told me to do it. I did it, and it does work. So I just won't put it on anything else. I'm not. I mean, I would assume that you could. But. Oh man, sheesh! You didn't break it or something, did you? Huh? Holy cow! It ain't an extra rib, is it? You know, men have an extra rib more than a woman. Did you know that? How do you think they created Eve? God ripped the rib out. Oh my God. That's freaking hilarious. That's what you get for a rib. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to say, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a ribeye. Oh my God. Something's wrong with us. We got issues. We really do. Oh my God. God went cheap. He only gave one rib. Oh my Lord. I don't think God believed in equal opportunity. Oh my Lord. So when you get to heaven, somebody might want to say something. I'm just saying. Yeah, raise your rib. You a male or a female? Let me check your ribs out. So I'll have a rib count. Oh. Oh, better stop, boy. Something's wrong with me. Uh, you know why graveyards are fenced in? People are dying to get out. Yeah. Never understood that myself, but somebody asked me, they go, what does God say about cremation? I said, I never seen anything in the Bible. I said, but if he created man from the dust of the earth, I'm sure he can put you back together. So, that's where I stand on cremation. There is nothing in the Bible that says anything about cremation. I mean, Jesus was in the fire and he took 3 guys out. So, I mean, Okay, I'm losing it. Lord have mercy. I'm not getting the Pastor of the Year award. Might get the dunce cap. Do I know why Jesus is not back on earth yet? I have no clue. I mean, they got communication, but it's like waiting on line for the VA to pick up just to make an order. I don't know if any of you veterans out there have to make your orders for prescriptions online. I'll tell you what. So I get online to make, put in my order for refills. And the computer says, your wait time is 3 minutes. 30 minutes goes by. I said, you know what? I don't think that computer knows how to calculate time because it's been 30 minutes. My God, I tell you, 30 minutes. And it took me probably 3 minutes to put my order in. And I'm like, man, what a backwoods world. Look. Jesus says he's going to come like a thief in the night. So nobody's ever going to know. He don't even know when he's coming back. Here's the thing. God's still in charge, the Father, right? You better know that. He just don't see what's going on here because Jesus is in charge, right? So don't put God the Father out of the picture. I'm just saying. Because Jesus said, no man knows, but only the Father. So there you go. There's your answer. Anyways, guys, I'm going to cut it short. I'm going to leave. I love y'all. Take care. God bless. Do something good for somebody tomorrow. Even if it's something simple. Keep everybody in the chat. I love y'all. I'll see you next weekend. It's Pastor Bob, and I'm hungry, and I'm out of here. We'll see ya. Take care, everybody. Thanks for stopping by.